this adult college. So the final had to be halted. The third edition, we got to the final. When we got to the final, there was a penalty shootout between Accra Academy and Adisco. And this time around, we were like, okay, Accra Academy and Adisco seems to be the strongest teams. So now let's randomize it in such a way that probably maybe the two teams will get to meet in the group stage, and then we may have another winner. The two teams indeed met in the group stage. There was Group 1 of St. Augustine's College, Accra Academy, and then that is Addis Adult College. The other group had Infant Pim, Hadagri Memorial, and Ghana National. This was one of the goals in your shots there by Marcelo. He's in the studio with us here at the moment. Then the groupings were done, and then it was supposed to be the first all player in the group. So 2 matches each. The first game, Accra Academy, defending champions, went in a 2-0 lead against St. Augustine's College. Yours truly scoring one of the goals and giving the other assist. And after that, that was another goal by Marcelo. After that particular one, there was a comeback from St. Augustine's. So St. Augustine's then came back from behind and then won the game 3-2. So after that particular game, then we went into the, how do you call it? This was the semi-final. Marcelo once again scoring against Kwabotwe, that's Infantipim. So semi-final, group stage, let me go once again. Group stage, Accra Academy lost their first game, but then won their second game resoundingly against Addis Adult College, who drew their first game against St. Augustine. So St. Augustine stopped the group with 4 points. Accra Academy beat Adisco by 5-0. This being one of the goals. And on the third one, that means Accra Academy had the chance to go to the semi-final. That is, I know.
So they won
1-0, which was the goal we actually saw.
And also
by
lost
Marcelo.
one.
So in the semi-final, they won 1-0.
Yeah.
And then the second semi-final was Addis Adult. No, it was St. Augustine's versus Ghana National. St. Augustine's took the early lead 1-0. That game was one of the best games we've ever witnessed.
Yeah.
And it ended 5-4.
Yeah.
Last minute goal by Ghana National to win it. And then the final was Ghana National, that is Accra Academy. Yeah. And Ghana National won that particular one. So that's the summary of the tournament, the whole tournament. In case you missed out, I've just given you a summary of it.
It was brilliant. You know, when the town people came in, the tenacity, like the atmosphere, so, wow. And it was brilliant. I wish, you know, we will go back Thursday and come back on Monday, because the atmosphere, everything was very, very fun.
Benito missed out. Benito missed out. He missed out. That's why he's here looking at. He missed out big time.
I'm really surprised why you think I missed out. I followed each thing on the socials.
Oh, okay.
And so probably I wasn't there physically, but I was following all the proceedings.
Okay, so from a follower's point of view, what did you make of the whole tournament?
Yes, as usual, a very good afternoon to our viewers. And then it was as though I wasn't there in person, as I said earlier. But with my opportunity of watching many of the matches and then the other event, that is the reggae night and other stuff, I had the opportunity to stream via the Facebook feed. And I must say that, first of all, the organizations, last year I was privileged to be part of the team. But then I should say that there have been massive improvement comparing last year's session to this year's own, even though I wasn't there in person. But with my privilege to stream, in as much as it was on social media, I still enjoyed that moment. And I must say that a big commendations to the organizers. They did really well, because I'm just imagining if I was there in person. That is why I understand your feeling. Because for me, that even enjoyed through social media, had that kind of feel that Charlie, the boys, you know, they more enjoy or how much more being there in person, or at the end AC whilst you are a partaker.
You'll be in a different realm altogether.
Exactly. And so I understand your feeling. And one thing for a fact is that the Pimpamsi Afashe has been an extraordinary one. No two ways about that.
I mean, when you get to Cape Coast, and then it's time for Afashe, when you look at all the activities that happen over there, with all due respect to all the other different organizations,
Yeah.
The Pimpamse Hotel, the 3-day festival was massive.
Exactly.
It was massive.
It's extraordinary.
It was
We should say
massive.
that, yes.
It was massive. And the thing too is that you can be in the hotel and decide not to actually partake in the thing. And then when you go inside your room, you do not hear any noise. That's the thing too. It's so serene. How can you have like such a serene environment and then also have fun going on in that particular regard?
Exactly.
So that it was top notch.
As I sit here, I'm quiet. I've gotten a discount at the Pimpamse Hotel. If I get married, I have 4 days to spend my honeymoon at the Pimpamse Hotel because
that's good for you. That's good for you.
They're coming soon. My invitation cards will be ready then.
And one thing about the Pimpamse Hotel is that it's more or less like a community.
Yeah.
When you enter the premises, anything at all that will make your life as easy as you can think of.
In the spirit.
No, but the staff are very helpful.
Exactly.
I mean, so far, so Pimpamse Hotel, kudos to you.
Yes.
The general manager is Natiki Ruth Nobo.
Wow.
The director, Honorable.
And you know one thing I know about them? Their swimming pool. Charlie, when you are around it,
the boys here were abusing the swimming pool. People were bathing 5 times a day in the swimming pool.
It's not their fault.
Anyway,
the moment you get closer to it,
you'll be tempted. Let's not delve into that too much. Otherwise, when we are talking about Pimpamse Hotel, we'll never end. What we have to talk about is Ghana's World Cup qualifiers, and recently about the performance of the coach on City TV or City FM, that is, if with honorable mention to them, they had an interview with the Honorable Minister for Sports and Recreation, and then they mentioned about his assessment of the coach, and this is what he had to say. So let's play that video and then we'll come to our comments soon.
That his performance and everything, we are interested.
Are you impressed
with what you've seen so far?
You've seen so far of the coach?
Well,
as a ministry, not personally as a minister.
Let me tell you that there are national teams that today, after game 8, are very comfortable that they are going to the World Cup. As I sit here, very soon AFCON will start in Morocco. Is Ghana going to be there? No.
We watch on TV.
We watch on TV.
Yeah, you and I.
We have not qualified for the World Cup yet. We still need a win and a minimum draw to comfortably say that as far as our group is concerned, nobody can upstage overtake us. Even if they score 1,000 goals, So we are not sitting in a comfortable space at all. So if I tell you that I am impressed, then it means that I don't know my job. I am not. There's a lot of room for improvement. And when you meet the coach himself, he tells you that he feels he got this one, not his. He takes blame for this. He takes blame for that. He's identified this. But well, people may ask, for how long will you continue to be doing
post-facto rationalization?
For how long? Because you sometimes sit on tenterhooks.
Yeah.
The last game like this,
Charlie,
it was hot for you.
it was very hot.
Couldn't sleep.
I have to be getting up. I got up like 3 times.
I
got up like 3 times.
Now, this is what he had to say. He says that if I tell you that I am impressed, that means I don't know my job. That's the highlight of the statement of the Honorable Sports Minister in that particular interview on City FM that we had in your snapshot quite not long ago. This is a statement that will tell you the ambition that he has for the Black Stars, the senior national team, the Black Stars. But before you come into it, a reminder that we are also streaming live on Facebook and on YouTube. You can just go on there and search for Clog TV. You'll be able to watch us live. Also, follow our page on Facebook, Clog Sports, and then yes, we'll be kind enough to receive comments. You'll be able to receive all the feed that you need. Send us a WhatsApp message 0500500421 and we'll be able to read your messages for you too. When we open the phone lines to bring your comments as well, we'll put the number there. But now, don't call the WhatsApp number. Send us a WhatsApp message 0500500421. Let us know your thoughts about what the Honorable Minister said. Is it in the right place, or maybe he was too harsh after a resounding win against the group winners or the group favorites, which were top seeded as part of Africa's best 8, Mali. We beat them home and away, and after that, you make this particular statement. Is it maybe too harsh on the voice after such a performance? Let us know your thoughts, let us know your comments. But now I'll get my comments from my panelists in the studio here, Champion Benito and Isaac Opoku. Let me hear you on the minister's comment.
Yes, upon listening to this interview by the Honorable Sports Minister, it tells me one thing, that he is ready to reset our Ghana football, in this case, the Black Stars of Ghana, because I think I am on the same page with the minister. At this point, you wouldn't just say that you are impressed with Coach Otuado's performance. No. From a journalistic point of view, I still believe and think that this coach needs to do more. So far, after qualifying Ghana to the 2022 World Cup,
so now it's 6 wins, 5 draws, 5 defeats.
Exactly. So with these statistics, I didn't want to engage stats in this conversation, but with football activities, obviously stats also speak.
Yeah, it comes to play.
Exactly. I do understand that Coach Otto is doing his best, but there is one thing: his best isn't enough. I repeat, I agree to the minister's submission 100% because there is still more to come. I had the opportunity to watch Senegal's game against DR Congo yesterday. They played away from 2 goals. They came to win 3-2. It tells you how prepared and ready they are. They are proving their worth. In fact, they are showcasing that recognition to the whole world that they are former champions of Africa. But in our case, in the case of the Black Stars, can we comfortably sit and say that the Black Stars are prepared and ready for the World Cup? No. With these performances. Yes, we won 1-0 over Mali, but it wasn't as smooth as we expected. Me, that win, I called it impasse win. Let me explain. It was more or less like someone who is sleeping on his or her bed. There is no way you can be one-sided sleeping. It is either you move to the right
or you move to the left.
Exactly. So there are some people that can't sleep by side. That was the exact reflection of our win against Mali. Whoever that followed that game as a Ghanaian, irrespective of your sentiment, your affiliations, there are people in Ghana that do not support Black Stars.
Yeah.
Even with those people, they were in hot waters before we won that game. Because it wasn't so convincing with our performances. It wasn't convincing that so you can sit comfortably and be rest assured that the Black Stars is winning. No.
I mean, the Honorable Minister mentioned it. He said he had to.
I was at the stadium, and when by the substitution board, it was displayed that 6 minutes has been added on. And I'm saying 6 minutes, a move up, brutal. And it is because we didn't play extremely well. It wasn't as though Black Stars played or performed very well to the point that even though Yasha won, but 6 minutes crowd slowly. No. And until a team gets to that level, there is nothing that can be justified by their performances. See how we unfortunately drew to Chad. At that point, if you want to have that recognition that you are one of the big giants, when we're talking of African football, there are certain games and certain opportunities you shouldn't miss out. But with this, our current Black Stars, individually, agreed, we have the players, we have talent, we have skill set, but when they form as a team, when they come together as a team, we do not see that reflection. And major of these situations boils down to the head coach. Tutuado. I agree. In fact, I was one of the few people that didn't agree to the fact that he should still be at the helm of affairs for the Black Stars.
We'll come to that as to whether he will continue, because I'm getting comments on our social media platforms about that as well. But landlord, let me just find out your comments and in relation to what the Honourable Minister said.
Well, I think Benito have said it all, but I want to say this thing before I continue. If Ghana qualifies to next year World Cup, Coach Otuado will not lead the team to the World Cup.
Like
I'm just saying this.
It should happen.
No, but because wait, will this be too harsh to say? Because the Malian side that we played were not a team that are ordinary. This same Malian side, when you look at their games, their last 8 games they've played, they've conceded 0 goals.
0 goals. And they've not even played a match in September and lost.
Yes. So they've played 0, they've conceded 0 goals. So everything was going to say that the Black Stars, our best would have been a draw.
Yeah.
But this is a team that went through, and we could have even had more goals. But you can't blame the coach for such decisions.
Anyway, sorry for this thing. I know from your position and where you're sitting, we can't ask you a question. But let me ask you from your candid opinion.
Yeah.
With that performance, was it convincing? Did it convince you?
No.
Well, let me ask the people watching us. Was the performance of the Black Stars convincing? Was it convincing? Did it convince you that this particular team can actually go to the World Cup and stake a claim for the trophy? Let's know your comments. Send it to the WhatsApp numbers displayed on your screen as well. You can send us messages on Facebook and on YouTube where we are streaming live. 0500500421. Landlord, you were on the floor.
So I as my tujana mumio magia. So I still stand by it. And then what the sports minister said, no, it's like only Papa Wufi now we are there. Now Papa Ferris will be Timiaka. And the sports minister have said it all. He's been able to say like he's not happy about what is going on. When I was watching the interview, he was saying something, say African Cup is just around the corner.
Yeah.
It will be shown on television.
Yeah.
Ghana is not part. No Guyebe. So it means that there's an issue somewhere. Now I'm talking about Coach Otuado. I don't know what is wrong with him. At first, people were saying something about saying he changes his bad, but I got a chance to witness the game at Accra Sports Stadium on Monday. Because when we came back from Cape Coast, I was really tired. So I couldn't even get accreditation on the VIP, but I told my friends I want to sit at the center line. And that center line, as time goes on, I'll address some issue with this NSA and the Ministry of Youth and Sport, because things are going on in our country and I don't take time. When I was watching the game, I said something, and what I said, and I saw Thomas Tepate doing the same gestures. When we were leading 1-0, there was pressure on us. And boom now, we don't have players at the front that they can run and take the ball. So if you saw Patea, he was saying that I don't know if Benito saw it.
He needs runners.
Good. Yes. He was referring to Joseph Pinto. When Joseph Pinto commanded and Iñaki Williams came, look at what happened. We had 3 clear chances that we were supposed to even beat Mali.
And this should have been identified by the bench before Thomas Tepate had to even.
Now, when I saw the lineup on Monday, I said, wow. One, the Malian coach said something. Say Ghana was afraid of them. That's why they played the 3-back. And then that 3-back helped us a lot. Jonah Ajete, Alexander Jiku, and Mohamed Salisu. Brilliant for Caleb Wenchi. Me cannot say what like she said. And make Maga say the right back.
You remember we came here on Wednesday and I mentioned that Caleb Rienchi has done very well.
Good.
And
I said Tariq Lanti.
Yeah.
She said because I'll give the right back to him. As Benjamin, I said we have taken the number 1 position. My problem is Gideon Mensah. But what they say we don't have anyone, so
don't worry, someone is coming.
God bless you.
Yeah, someone is coming.
So someone is coming.
Maybe
at the left, Frederick
Derek Atakun. Yes. Unfortunately, his eligibility verdict or pass didn't come earlier, and so hopefully before our October qualifiers, we'll be ready.
We'll be ready.
Yes.
Right.
But Gideon Mensah has proven solid.
That has proven, but
He need a competitor.
God bless you.
Yes.
So for
he has no competition, and sometimes he feels so much complacent, and so he needs a tough competitor.
Ali to say this as well as there if he comes
exactly.
When it comes to Nana, for Coach Otado's substitution, let me give you another example. He was about changing Zibo. Then later we saw Jiku injured. Then later told him say he didn't change Zibo. So I was just asking myself, why are you changing the guy?
This is Zibo.
Nana, when I saw in the stadium, Obi Oba for the banana, he played with the team like one of the blasters now for the past 10 years.
Benito, you remember when the lineups came? He was one of the people that we mentioned that he's been playing for Real Oviedo.
Yes.
So why won't you bring him in? Someone who plays with very quality players, like the likes of Santi Cazorla. We saw his performance against Real Madrid, where he even hits the woodwork. We saw his performance against Villarreal, where he played against Thomas Partey. So he's someone who has really come to the fore, and he's really shining for his club side. And for important games like that, would have thought that initially, the initial call-up, his name would have been included. But it wasn't.
I think that maybe in this situation, he thinks, okay, I fancy now about him, you should just blend. Nana, the pair with him and Thomas Partey, look at the communication. When Thomas is going now, he will stay back. When Zico is going now, Thomas will stay back. And then it was brilliant pair in the middle. Now the only problem I was having there is the front line. Kudus, Iñaki, Kudus, Jordan, and Semenyo.
That seems to be our best front line.
Good, but there's a problem. Look at Semenyo playing at Bournemouth and look at Semenyo playing at Blaster. We play him out of position at Blaster. Bournemouth, you're born wings, but Blaster, you're the age 19 if you want. At least when we change all the three, look at what happened during the second half in the game.
Another unpopular opinion is that you shouldn't play Antoine Semenyo and Jordan Ayew together.
Okay, that's.
You can play either of the two, but not both of them together. I don't know what you think about that.
But we can't drop one, too, because they are our best players. We can't drop one. We can't drop one. So now I think it's for the coach to decide. Semenyo and Jordan can talk to themselves. Okay, that's what Zibo and Thomas Partey was doing. Benito said it said we need. Me, I was saying it wasn't a nice game, but we've gotten our 3 points. But now seeing this game, if you qualify and we go to World Cup, maybe in the World Cup, how many days are we supposed to spend? Maybe we can spend 1 week in the US or Canada and come back home because Nana, Nana is bad though.
Anyway.
The place Benito was sitting watching the game and where I was sitting watching the game was different. For that place, there was the commentators around the Kobadana, but where I was sitting there, like people with like, I don't even know how to say it. The love people have for people, the game. We reached Accra from Cape Coast like 2. When I was going to get my ticket, look at the number of people at the stadium. It was a working day, Monday. As I'm 3 or 4. Stadium na Ayema.
You hold your thoughts there, and we'll go for this particular commercial break. When we come back, I've seen a lot of messages, some coming from other players, some coming from former players as well, coming and talking about what we are discussing on Clog Sports. Let's go for a short commercial break. When we come back, we'll delve into all of that. Yes, and we are back. We are still discussing the Black Star saga and all entails around the game. Landlord was on the floor, but before I let him continue, I'll let you know some of the messages that are coming in. I promised that I was going to. There was a message from a former Black Stars player. He sent us a message, but for security reasons, I'm going to withhold the name. He's saying that some of the players are not up to the standard if you are gearing up for the upcoming World Cup. That is the truth. That is what he's saying. Some of the players are not up to the standard if you are gearing up for the upcoming World Cup. This is what a former, and he was part of the most successful Black Stars team when it comes to the World Cup. I'm not going to mention his name because of some security and other reasons.
Yeah, so that is in 2006, right?
Yes. Not 2006. That was our first. But he played in 2006 as well.
That was the most successful World Cup for the Black Stars.
No, that was when we went to. It was 2010 when we nearly went to the semi-final.
Okay.
South
Africa.
Anyway, let me get some messages. This one says that if the sports minister is not content with the performance, what role is he playing so we can get the results we all seek? This is from Fred from La Paz. Kamaldeen Sulemana shouldn't play for the Black Stars again. His decision making in the final third is very, very poor. I'm so disappointed in him. Your boy from Sun City. These are messages coming in. This one also says, I totally agree with the minister. With our skilled attackers and midfielders who can maintain possession and create scoring chances, we should be playing more offensively. Instead, we seemed afraid of our opponents. Remember, Sibo's great teamwork with Thomas Partey, but Ado chose to focus on defense. It felt like we are sitting on the time bomb. From the kind of players we have now, I think we need an attacking-minded coach. This is Dadigo from Odumase Krobo, Eastern Region. That's what he's saying. And this one is also coming from, what's the name? Why play the front three and leave out our number 9, Inaki? This one is coming from, Ops. That's what his name is. Why play the front three and leave out our number 9, Inyaki? And some messages are also coming in now. Big shout out to the team. Nana, I'll say hello to Jelly Kells for me. Landlord will understand. This is what this person is saying. I think the honorable minister is 100% right. Otuwadu must go. This is from New to currently in Iceland. He's watching us on YouTube as well. This one is from Mr. Granson. Folks, I have anytime the Black Stars meet a strange team, they do well. When they meet a big team, they rather play abysmally. As for coach, the least we talk about him, the better. He's full of playing blame games. In fact, the coach must go. This is from E. Granson. E. Granson, you didn't tell us where you are actually sending us a message from. I think I've gone through some of the messages. But keep the messages coming in. I'll be reading them as time goes on. And then Landlord, yes, you on the floor.
So I think for Coach Otuwadu, for me, what I've got to realize about him is he fears more about conceding, because per what I saw on Monday and also was it Thursday, you know, you could see clearly say like he always want to protect himself than attacking, and which I think is normal for a coach to do. But now if you are playing that formation now, as I said, you need people who know how to run. Now, there's one man in my area, I can't even say, if we come to player marking now, Blaster was not supposed to play draw against Chad.
That is true.
That is true. And if you also, when it comes to player marking, Blaster.
I mean, against Chad, every metric was on us winning that game comfortably.
But do you know, when we drew against Chad and we won against Mali, I said, okay, everything happened for a reason. Kia Chada. Monday results could have been different at Accra Sports Stadium.
But why should we even think that way?
It is not factually true.
Now you know this our boys. So now look at what happened when they played 1-1 against Chad. You could clearly say, okay, one, we are playing at Accra Sports Stadium. We know the tension, the tenacity at Accra Sports Stadium. We need match now. So you could see them clearly when they were doing the warm up, when they were coming from the bus to the dressing room. You could see that Omenia break. But the problem is, I won't even say the coach alone. I'm not sure the coach is the only person that taking decision during this time around. No, assistants for no work. So I'll just blame everyone, including the technical director.
But he has the final say.
Good, but as we sit here, you have a final say, but our opinions, the two of us, our opinions matters a lot, right? So I think, as time goes on, we have 2 matches ahead of us. One against Central African Republic, who has nothing to lose, 5 points. Oshowa Eyinimguasie. We are going away. Then our last match.
Remember the last time we played against a team that has nothing to lose?
We played 1-1. Our last match on 13th October at Accra Sports Stadium against Kumo was one of the dangerous games. So I think that when we win against Central African Republic, we can use that Kumo match as a Saturday. And Accra Sports Stadium is around Osu, Las Vegas. When we win that match, you know it. Okay, so I think for Coach Otto Addo, I think I agree with Honorable Sports Minister, but then I will say this thing again. If he qualifies, he's not going to coach us in the World Cup.
Benito,
Yes,
you share the same sentiments?
Obviously. But to start with, let me have a bit of touch on the former players' message. That what did he say? He says
that
the players are not up to the standard.
Some of the players are not up to the standard. If you are truly talking about going to the World Cup,
where he's coming from when talking about standard, but psychologically, I think he's right, because you wouldn't draw to Chad with the idea that, from what landlord said, that if we had won over Chad, probably a game against Mali would be a different story or something. Psychologically, the standard aspect of my explanation, I don't know where the ex-player is coming from, but from my own point of view, I think and believe that this standard thing, that former player who sent you a message is talking about, probably could be the orientation of the team.
Thinking about that, when he sends that message, I've been looking at it and I've been thinking about the fact that how many players in our current setup would have actually made it to the 2010 World Cup?
I wouldn't want us to
compare.
No. When we start doing that, then rationally we will be wrong.
Because we had Andrea Ayew, we had Asamoah, we had Kevin Prince Boateng, we had even at the time at left back we had Harrison Afo, we had right back we had Samuel Nkum, who was on the radar of Real Madrid. We had Jonathan Mensah, who had won the 2009 Under-20 World Cup. We had quite a John Mensah, The Rock. We had John Paintsel, quite an experienced squad. We had Anthony Annan, who was not even making the team. There we had Michael Essien, Sule Muntari. So when this former player is actually saying this, then you compare to the players that we have now, maybe you should say that he has a point that they set a standard to a certain limit, and then now we are not.
I agree to that fact. But then I wouldn't want us to be comparing this team to probably the 2010 team, the 2016, because when we start doing that, it creates enough. I wouldn't want to use enough enmity, because agreed, maybe player to player, there are certain players that played within the 2010 setup that probably at this point in time, if they are to play in this team,
the former footballer sent us a message again.
No problem.
He's saying that the standards I'm talking about is not physical standards or the names. He's saying that where is the passion?
That's exactly my point. That was where I was coming from. The psychological and the orientation these players have. Because you wouldn't tell me that drawing to Chad would maybe energize the team and propel them so as they won over Mali. No. Italy, they've won more than 5 goals back to back. That is the standard I was talking about.
Yeah.
You wouldn't say that in fact, yesterday, no way. They scored 11-1 against Moldova. You see my point?
Yeah.
So if that is the standard the ex-player is talking about, perfectly, I agree with him. Because with these current players, I do not see that standard, the psychological well-being. I do not see them that they are up there. They think and believe that if I perform well today, it's justified. And no. In my next game, I will still be called upon. No. Something happened when Jordan Ayew was about to be substituted. He portrayed certain attitude. Black Stars is enough for anyone. You do not think that you're fairly because it is my property or something. No. I understand you are the captain of the team. But at that point in time, technically or tactically, if a coach thinks that at this point, I was so free mode, you shouldn't be portraying that thing. No, the national team does not belong to one person. That is the orientation I'm talking about. Within that period, Jordan and you was tired. It was clear and obvious. That time, a year in the film, no one bread. The energy he started with wasn't at the same level within that time. So if the coaches think that this time Freeman Kamaldeen in Melba, why the problem or why the anger? So if this ex-player is talking about standard, it is high time
he's relating standards to passion.
Exactly. And passion deals with your psyche.
And the level of commitment as well.
Exactly. I do not see these things for many of the players. And it is because of one thing. Many of them believe that from Black Stars. That I think that has been their perception. Because on himself or Black Stars never friend. The moment a player gets to that level, it becomes suicidal. See the passion Calibrenji used in playing these two games.
Yeah.
You would clearly see that this boy is very passionate.
And he's one of the youngest in the squad as well, if not the youngest, 19 years of age.
Exactly. And you know, say you're not passionate, we will never get to that standard. Ronaldo is 40 years. What does he need again? Yet he plays his heart out. Whenever he dons the Portugal national team.
Messi as well.
Exactly. Yeah, so you see the orientation. It is entirely different from ours. They think that I am Mohamed Salisu. I play for AS Monaco. I am up there. No. Until they get tough competitors. Recently, if you are Salisu, you know that if you are not there, you have Jeremy Opoku who can play perfectly well. We have Alexander Djiku who. That is the point I want the Black Stars to get to. That is the point. We've seen Jonas Ajay. Excellent guy. Just that he's too rigid. Omra from Kakra. He's too aggressive. You see, but the moment
it will come.
Exactly.
That's how he displays his passion.
But yes, for those of us who knows him during his playing days at House of Hope, that has been a star.
Yeah.
He's too aggressive and that giddy for me. Sound out here. Sergio Ramos type in Libya. But then, irrespective of these situations, one thing I believe in is tough competition. If you know that I am Gideon Mensah, Ali Biseidu is fully fit, you wouldn't feel complacent. It is as though a Bimogen said, without them, the Black Stars can't survive.
But let's go back a little bit. You mentioned Gideon Mensah and complacency. We saw him when he came in I think 2019, 2020
yes,
for the Black Stars at Cape Coast.
Exactly.
And he made his debut with the likes of Mohamed Kudus at the Cape Coast Stadium. I remember that game. We won by 2-0.
Exactly.
The first 10 minutes was shaky, but he grew into the game, and we saw him as very, very dependable. We could depend on him, like whenever he came to the left back. But recently, when you're looking at the team, you know as though left back position it's going to be Gideon Mensah.
Yeah.
And that maybe, would you call it comfortability or complacency? Has he become so comfortable with the position that he doesn't need to almost strive to impress anyone anymore because he knows he's a mainstay in the team? Or it's just downright complacency?
The difference between comfortability and complacency is just a thin line. I know he should feel comfortable, most especially if you know that this particular thing, you should be comfortable in delivering or executing that thing. But in your quest of execution, you say you are feeling complacent or not. Okay, clear instance. I am a sports journalist, maybe a foreign news presenter or something. I know that I am the first option when we're talking about foreign news presentation. I should feel comfortable in executing it.
Yeah.
But maybe for some years back, I used like 1 hour for production. In as much as that I am the first point of call. But a time came or a time has come when I feel that because mean, I'm the first person to be contacted when we're talking about, let's say, this particular thing.
So now instead of using an hour to prepare,
yes,
you're using just 20 minutes.
Exactly. That is where the complacency set in. So before Gideon Mensah came into the picture, we had Baba Rahman and the likes.
And even he came as a result of an injury to Patrick Lumo.
Yes.
Who during training in 2019.
You remember it perfectly.
He wasn't fit to play that particular game.
Let's go into history. Compare Gideon Mensah in 2019.
Yeah.
When we even went for 2021 AFCON.
Yeah.
Compare him to Gideon Mensah of today. Compare him from that period to this time. That is why I feel that he feels complacent.
Because I maybe tend to agree with you, because we saw Gideon Mensah, and one thing that made his name sink readily into the minds of Ghanaians and the hearts of Ghanaians was when we played the two-legged affair against Nigeria in 2021 for the qualifier for the World Cup, the Qatar 2022 World Cup. And when he was playing at left back, and then due to an injury, he was forced to come and play at left centre back, and then he was also sort of included in a 3-back system for the Black Stars, and that is where his name came to stay in the Black Stars team. So, has the level dropped so significantly, landlord?
And it has dropped. The reason being dropped, they say Benito made a good example, which I agree with him 100%. Although you are the one, like when I will cry, the name, but in your head you feel like I'm on top. So whatever I do, there's no one who's going to replace me. You know, Benito earlier on, Benito said there's a player coming up. Now we have a lot of players out who is coming up, who can play in that position better than what Gideon Mensah is doing. We are not saying he's bad. We know Gideon Mensah 2019, 2022, but not the Gideon Mensah that we know. Complacency. He feels okay. So I can do whatever I want to do. We've watched games where, should I say misbehaving? No, okay.
I'll not misbehavior. Maybe that would be too harsh. Okay, you continue. That's the same complacency we are talking about.
So it's look at what he did in Chad, and look at, although we won against Mali, but there are so many instances I saw my pass, but he just want to dribble people so that's why we're saying it's a complacency. But Nana Benito said something which, when you have a position where 3 or 4 people are playing that position now, to be very difficult. Let me give you a typical example before we go on our next topic. Look at this right back. So right now, I'm sure Tariq Lamptey will be saying, Caleb is
Tariq Lamptey as well can play at left back,
but his natural position is right back.
Predominantly as a right back.
Right back. Yeah. So right now in his head, Caleb is giving me a tough competition.
Ali do Seidu as well.
So when you go back to his club side now, his new club now he's going to fight to get on top of the form. So then right now the right back there is going to be a tough position for Ghana Blasters for us to put a correct player over there, because now what Caleb did on Monday and last week Thursday there, for me personally, right now I could say that the Blaster team, there are 2 people right now, 2 who have bought the position. Aside clean sheet and Caleb Benchi. Because these 2 people,
Benito tends to disagree with Asari.
For Asari, his age-wise, not there. It's good, but at first, when goalkeepers come into the Blasters now, the communication between them and the
defenders,
back four was bad. But you could see clearly that Otimiko Salisu, Minister one in Oman, like he's still talking to him. He goes to Juku, like what's our communication? Before at the end of the match, there was a miscommunication between Salisu and Benjamin Asare. When he Ochibone 2 times, Ochibone and Salisu didn't say good. I saw them talking, they hug each other. That is brilliant. That is how goalkeepers and defenders are supposed to do. That's what I'm saying. Although he has this particular at once, but now for what I've seen when he came to join the Blasters, and they say age-wise now catching now, inshallah he'll be the number 1 for Blaster when we go to the World Cup next year.
Okay, so moving on, let's see what we have to talk about. Kurt Okweku is the GFA president. We can't always be in confrontation with the head of the group. We have given the national teams to run for us. This is also from the Honorable Sports Minister. We'll go for a short commercial break. When we come back, we'll break down that particular statement. Yes, you're welcome back to the ultimate and number one sports show in the nation. And we were just given a statement to break down. Keto Kreku is the GFA president. We can't always be in confrontation with the head of the group. We have given our national teams to run for us. This is coming from the Minister for Sports and Recreation. I want you to actually, he's trying to sort of do away from pointing blames to one particular institution and the GFA, because the GFA has heavily come under criticism especially after the budget was actually broadcasted and made live. Yeah. The proposed budget and then the approved budget, the whole saga that came in around it. Benito.
Yes, there have been this purported ideas that the sports minister and then the Ghana Football Association, in fact, the sports ministry and the Ghana Football Association are kind of under disagreement.
There's a little bit of fracas between both of them, friction.
Yes, yeah. But with what I do, it's not as though there is a fracas between these two organizations, but it is like being a father of the house and then taking care of your family. So whatever thing that goes in and around the family comes to your table before anything at all can happen. So in this case, the sports ministry is a father that is catering for the Black Stars, for the national teams.
Yeah.
But then at this point in time, we're talking about the Black Stars. And so it is not anything that the GFA proposes that will be agreed by the Ministry of Sports and Recreation. That is the fact. Gone are the days where we had certain ministers, in quotes, that are being in one bed with the Ghana Football Association. I think that it is because of how Honorable Kofi Adams carries himself and then trying to execute his role as a Minister of Sports. That makes people think and believe that there's been kind of friction between him and the Ghana Football Association. No, he's just trying to ensure proper execution of his role as a sports minister. And mind you, this new government declared something that we shouldn't forget, that it is time to reset. So as part of the resetting, you wouldn't just sit and think that everything will be done as you wish or you want. No. That was as a result of a game against Chad. The ministry making the budget public or making it known to everyone, the estimated budget and the approved one. These things brought the whole hula balloon. But at this point in time, we should all fight for one thing, and the common goal is how the Black Stars will qualify for the World Cup. That should be the most commonest goal amongst the sports ministry and the Ghana Football Association. I was at the stadium when after the game, I saw this communication between the GFA president and Edwin Simon Kraku and the sports minister.
Yeah.
It is not by force for them to be friends, in quote, but the execution of the rule or the common goal is Black Stars qualifying for 2026 World Cup.
I mean, so if you have the same common goal and there's no ulterior motive, you should be able to work in harmony. Benito, I want to go to the World Cup in 2026. Benito, you want to go to the World Cup in 2026. Our main aim is to make sure that whatever the Black Stars need and whatever is in line with the government's role, they are going to do it. So I should be able to come to your office and be transparent with you. You should be also able to come to my office and be transparent.
That is where
we're working towards the
comes
same goal.
The transparency aspect. That is where the problem comes in.
So whenever because you said transparency, whenever it seems I have something to hide, then my motive is being questioned.
That has been the problem. And one thing I've observed or noticed is that in the execution of roles for each of these sides, that is the Ghana Football Association and the sports industry, there is this saying that we disagree to agree, right? Yes. That thing will happen. Because it might happen that the Ghana Football Association wants it to be done on the right, whereas the sports ministry also wants it to be done on the left. So until these two parties reach a particular consensus or comes together with the idea of this common goal being relived or being seen, we would be facing such problem. But at this point in time, anyway, the only thing I can say is that it shouldn't be a problem or hindrance for the Black Stars. If it's in the interest of the sports ministry, if it's in the interest of the Ghana Football Association, the common goal should be our priority. And what is it? It is how Ghana can qualify for the 2026 World Cup. Because after qualifying for 2022 World Cup, we also saw what happened. It is time to vindicate ourselves. It is time for Ghana to, raise the bar again, and that we will be seen as such. Say, you can Ghana, those years, Ghana is the African Brazil, we are this, we are that. At this point in time, we should bring back that particular recognition. And I believe that from where we are going and the direction and the path we are on, I believe strongly in this government or in this administration. I believe that we can do it.
We've also seen the same, talking about transparency, we've also seen another communique from the sports ministry that the approved budget and then the estimated one. So we've seen a slash of well over 400,000 United States dollars once again.
That rose that session between the sports minister and the GFA president that probably with these situations there might be some kind of confrontations between them.
One feature, just because we are talking about confrontations, one feature that's in there is that bonuses have been cancelled, both home and away. So we saw $300,000 bonuses in the game against Chad being cancelled. Now we are seeing 10,000. They reduced it, and then it's still being cancelled.
And yes, I'll come to your point
for team officials.
Yes, and one of the aspects that was slashed or cancelled, in fact, it was cancelled. I should choose my words carefully. It was the bonuses for the Black Stars Management Committee.
I
agree to that thing 100%. Because Alhaji Guisa went to Qatar, did absolutely nothing, gained $100,000.
Just for going to Qatar.
You went there at the expense of the country. Your flight, risk, something, everything. Everything was catered for.
Insurance, everything.
Everything. You can name off everything. No one said $100,000. Within that period, it was around 12 billion. You did nothing. You didn't play as a central defender. You didn't play as right back or something. No, it's irrelevant. I have said this thing on many platforms, and let me say it here, since they listen to us. And why? I have never seen any of the developed countries with management committee members and they have various national teams. I have never seen any of the developed countries. They do not have management committee members for their national teams. It is just team coordinator and his deputy. That is all. Now in Oklahoma, we have as many as 6 people acting as Black Stars Management Committee.
So that would be 600,000 United States.
What is their role? What is their duty? I do not understand their purpose. It is irrelevant. I was very happy to that thing.
Interesting. My producer just prompted me that our time is fast spent and we shouldn't dwell on Black Stars issues. Now let's move on to the Ghana Premier League, where the fixture list for match week 1 has been actually brought out and is starting on the 10th, this particular Friday. It's going to be Hamilton on the 12th. That is, it's starting at 7 p.m. and it's Accra Hearts of Oak versus Hawkeye United FC, the newly promoted side. Accra Hearts of Oak will be playing at home at the Legon Sports Stadium, and then we have Bekum Chelsea FC versus Kumasi Asante Kotoko on Saturday, and then we have Gold Stars Sporting Club on 3 p.m. at the same time against Bichem United. That's going to be a very, very tough one because Bichem United, they've made some excellent additions to their team, even including former Manchester City forward, who is now just 24 years of age, but is on, let's say, a sporting rehab, looking at the trajectory that his career has gone. And then we have Heart of Lions Football Club versus Dreams FC. We have Basake Holy Stars FC, one of the newly promoted sides last season, against 11 Wonders FC, one of the newly promoted sides this season. And we have Vision Football Club versus FC Samatex. 2 years ago, they were the defending champions. And then we have Young Apostles and Mediama Sporting Club. We have Kaela United, and then against Adriana Football Club. We have Nations FC, third place last season against Widrow All Blacks. Widrow All Blacks are back in the Premier League. And now, for Accra Hearts of Oak, the popular stand is 30 cedis, center line is 50 cedis, lower VIP is 80 cedis, upper VIP 100 cedis, VVIP 150 Ghana cedis at the University of Ghana Sports Stadium. This are the ticket prices, and we've seen the fixture list as well. Guys, what do you make of it?
And I think it's a very good one, but for the price of these tickets in it, at least said about them, even Blaster acquired 1,000 cedis VVIP. So I think finally, we are starting the league on Friday, which House of Folk will be playing against Hohoi. And you could see from the flyer that our star man, aside the clean sheet, is the man of the moment right now. So I think it's going to be a very good game. But another 30 seconds on Benjamin Asari. I just want to, I'm sure he's older than me. He's my big brother, but I just want to advise him, say, if he still want to catch being the number one for Blaster, he shouldn't leave House of Folk. His agents, his management in House of Folk and no one can't see me because now so free House of Folk in there, he's down with Blasters. Because if you are catching in the local league, the rate the two of us will come and say is here in front will be different from you being outside. Let me give you a typical example before I come back to the Ghana Premier League.
You have Patrick Gannon of St. Patrick's. That is of St. Patrick's in Ireland, who is doing splendidly well. And a lot
even
of
the keeper that who I just called recently is very good.
Yeah.
A typical example, Daniel Friye Bani, when he was playing for House of Folk, he was gaining when he left to Switzerland or anything. So then the reason I'm saying this, I just saw something online that they want to sell him to Saudi Arabia $2 million. So I think they need to sit down with him.
They have arrears to pay. Imagine that they sell this $2 million and they'll be able to settle.
I understand for the player, for you to, okay, fine, you get money over there, but for you to be seen, you have to still be in the House of Folk because when you are there, people will fight for you. The journalists and the whole Ghana media will fight for you to be called into the Blaster. But
he'll still be keeping in the club that he's been bought for.
Okay, that was just by the way. We'll go there with it on Friday. So now Ghana Premier League is back. House of Folk playing against Hawaii, Kumasi Asante Kotoko going to Berekum to play against Berekum City. Berekum Chelsea is going to be a difficult game for them. And the following week they are playing at Accra Sports Stadium in the CAF Confederation. So I think it's a very good call. A win for House of Folk would be very nice for us because it's been a long time I started league. You could see the House of Folk winning their first match. So
usually they draw. When they play against newly promoted sides.
For what did
last season it was Basake Holy Stars. They lost by a goal to nil. Yes.
In their last 3 seasons, their first game they
always lose. So I think for DJ Dramanic coming into the team, seeing what they have done in the Democracy Card Basing match, and I think they has to focus on the good call. I'm just hoping that Kumasi Asante Kotoko will get a win at Berekum to boost their morale into the CAF Champions League.
Yeah, Benito.
Yes, the Ghana Premier League is back again.
You mentioned that you're not going to talk about it, but I mean, your love for the Ghana Premier League is undeniable. You follow clubs. You've been where a few people just hear. What is it?
Yes. Maybe I'm here to me for so maybe this season, so I'm not Accra Sports Stadium and I wouldn't be traveling that far. But all in all, I'm wishing these clubs the best of luck. And then, why are you staring at me like that?
I'm surprised because if you don't
no, but I made that promise on this biggest platform, and it is not as if it was just a fluke.
No, but sometimes we all make certain statements out of emotions.
Before I talk about something, it means that I have purposed it, but not just I'm doing watching. And I wouldn't sit on this biggest platform just be making a flashy promise.
But anyway, that looks like there will be some changes into media and broadcasting for the Ghana Premier League very soon. I'm sure we'll be hearing that just as though the clubs have been given $1 million Ghana cedis each to run their league campaign. But anyway, the Ghana Premier League is ongoing, and as such, the Russian Premier League is also ongoing. And why did I mention the Russian Premier League? Because the goal scorer for Ghana against Mali has just been unveiled as a new player for Spartak Moscow in Russia. That is Alexander Djiku. He's made his way from Fenerbahce to Russian side. that is Spartak Moscow.
Yes.
And mind you, his journey has been very, very interesting. He went there before Spartak Moscow. He was playing before that is Fenerbahce. He was playing for Strasbourg in the Ligue 1 in France. He helped them qualify to the Champions League phases, and then he left there, went to join Fenerbahce. It looks as though he likes competition, and then right from there, he's now moved on to Russia to play Spartak Moscow. So where he's been unveiled as their new player.
Yes, and Kwabena is going to earn huge sums of money. Alexander Jukuye, he's a Tuesday born. He's going to earn huge sums of money. It was the major reason why he didn't play against Chad when we went to N'Djamena. He was completing his due, and so right after the completion, he had to report to camp and do the needful. In fact, I should say that it has been a wonderful week for Alexander Jiku.
Yeah.
Because scoring the most important goal against Mali
And cashing out big.
and cashing out plenty. But now till right after here, right now
He should call you. I know you have some one-on-ones with him as well.
I'll call him.
You call him.
Yes,
I'm sure you watch this, and then you'll be able to tell that your call will be coming through very soon. But now, talking about the World Cup qualifiers and Alexander Jiku scoring goals to place us in a very comfortable position, let me talk about some teams that are almost through, or I should say that are through and have qualified. Of course, we have the host nations. They are already there. They have their 2 foot in their countries that they'll be playing in. The AFC, we have Australia, we have Iran. That's the Asian Football Confederation. Now we have Australia, we have Iran, we have Japan, we have Jordan. Surprisingly, we have Korea Republic, and we have Uzbekistan. Those are the qualified nations over there. And when we come to CONMEBOL, that's in the South American region, we have Argentina, we have Brazil, we have Colombia, we have Ecuador, we have Paraguay and Uruguay. And then we come to CONCACAF, where we have the United States and the likes. We have Canada, we have Mexico, we have USA as well as the already qualified teams, and we have CAF. When it comes to Africa, Confederation of African Football, we have just Morocco and Tunisia having qualified from there. So guys, let me hear your thoughts. Ghana soon joining them?
Yes, Ghana we will soon join.
Very soon.
Join after a game against Central African Republic. And I'm just sad for the Super Green Eagles of Nigeria, because even though they had 1-1 draw to South Africa yesterday, but it's quite an unfortunate thing. Missing out 2022 World Cup.
To Ghana?
To Ghana, obviously. It was one of the toughest games they played within the qualifying stage. And looking at the current situation, they are placed third in their group. It will be very difficult for Nigeria to qualify for the 2026 World Cup. It will be a big blow, because it will be 2 consecutive times they've missed out on World Cup. And then I must say that their new manager in Eric Chelle wouldn't just be of a sound mind. Even though we can say that they still have the opportunity. They're still in that group, it's more open. But as to how they can win their final 2 matches is questionable.
And then they also have to depend on South Africa dropping points as well.
Exactly.
So it's in Rwanda as well, even Rwanda. With all due respect,
I believe that
if
you want to qualify as from the African continent, just qualify automatically. That is why as a Black Stars, just place first and qualify automatically. Because if you want to wait for the playoffs,
the playoffs is quite a crazy one.
The way that I receive a playoff meanwhile, I would just count myself out, because it will be the period you will be playing. You can be drawn.
The playoff is like a mini tournament that you have to actually win to actually get into the World Cup.
Yes,
it's quite a beautiful.
If you want to qualify, just qualify automatically, so that you wouldn't go through any stress before you qualify for the World Cup. In fact, if a country do not go for the 2026 World Cup, it will be one of the most regrettable moments ever for the citizens of that particular country. World Cup, Qatar, Canada, Mexico. Country be a one ko be name call for USA. USA. I meant Canada. So USA, Canada, Mexico. Did I say Qatar?
Yeah, you said Qatar.
I meant Canada, USA, and Mexico. Country be a one ko be the most regrettable moment for your citizens, Because the moment your country qualifies, it gives you certain privileges when you are filing for your visas and other stuff. You get my point?
Yeah, I understand that. But also the United States and we've seen some new visa restrictions and all that. But
the moment Ghana qualifies for the World Cup,
to be different,
irrespective of their restrictions and stuff, to Ghana qualifying, you are going.
But please, let's also appeal to people so that they don't make it difficult for us. When you go, come back.
That is the point.
When you go, come back.
Yes. Do not exhaust your time and overstay.
Your visa has expired. Come back.
No. You wouldn't mention anyone's name, but that is the simplest way. You know that these people at the embassies, and well, they really understand PO. Yes, I've been there on many. I know what I'm talking about. And one here now can say, no, they really understand the local dialect. And here can cry so much. You're showing him that I say, oh, I won't come. Okay, what do and
when they see something else, they will come back.
They will not come back.
Who is that guy?
You know him already. Delegates.
Yes, anyway, let me just talk about other stories, please. But we are still admonishing you that if Ghana should qualify or away from football, if you are granted visa to visit the country and then you go there, just come back.
Do not overstay.
Do not overstay. Come back. Then you end up not only you break the trust between both countries because of your personal gains, and it's not fair. Someone may need to go there legitimately, and because of your own selfish actions, will not be granted the visa. So please come back whenever you go.
Thank you.
But anyway, let's turn into international football, and then we'll look at Real Madrid. They're expected not to show up once again at the Ballon d'Or this year. Benito, being a Real Madrid fan, or let me leave it to landlord. Why?
And I don't know why. I've not read more about this story. I just saw the story, so after the show I'll read more. But I'm not surprised. I admire this man a lot, Florentino Perez. Yes. You know. And he's one president. If you're a football player, I want to buy Benito. No matter what, he will get you. So for him saying it, said like they will not go and he's the president, so there must be more reason. I'm sure because this year, when you check last year calendar very well, Real Madrid play Bianca, but I'm sure maybe this year calendar we consider what Mbappe is doing. He's a contender for maybe 2026 Ballon d'Or. So I think it's a very good one, but I'm sure maybe the PRO has a lot to say about
Benito, PRO for Real Madrid. Let's go.
With all due respect, I'm not a PR for Real Madrid. Yes. Let me set that record straight. First of all, it is highly unprofessional. Yes. For a club like Real Madrid, we just make it known that we wouldn't be attending this year's Ballon d'Or. That is on September 22. It's as though I just describe it as they are portraying or living like failures. Someone who is a failure. It started from last year's edition when they all thought that it was Vinicius Junior who was going to win.
Yeah.
Just for a shock of their life to see that Rodrigo won it. And it isn't respect to sportsmanship. Even though I am a Real Madrid faithful, but that particular idea, I do not agree to that. I repeat, it is highly unprofessional. So what if in next year's edition, your player wins and any other team or all the other clubs say they wouldn't also honor? It wouldn't be enjoyed. At this point, these things, it should be as easy as anything. It wouldn't be for your players alone for every season. You see, Real Madrid player no, it cannot happen that way. Messi at some point in time, Luka Modric be ashamed, Benzema be ashamed. That is life. You wouldn't always be at the winning side. No, sometimes it is up and downs. So
you should have exhibited good sportsmanship. Maybe Real Madrid should rescind that decision. But
at this point, I'm not sure they will rescind. Just that I was said Ballon d'Or for Fine Football Magazine for example, henceforth none of your players will be nominated.
Yeah.
That should be the way to go. At that moment,
wouldn't that be too harsh?
no. What is harsh in this?
This is
thing?
the second time.
This will be 2 successive years where, and the moment I work on it isn't a good deterrent for other clubs. Obi should be sure say okay, Real Madrid for 2 seasons in Mumbai because you feel that your player won't be winning. Okay, next time if I'm Barcelona, next time if I'm Paris Saint-Germain, and I sense that my player isn't winning, I won't also honor. But yes, sir, it's an indictment to the organization. I really understand that there have been series of distortions in their dealings. That's the organizers of the Ballon d'Or. But irrespective of these situations, you shouldn't go to that extreme level of boycotting the ceremony.
Yeah, you shouldn't go to the extreme levels of boycotting the ceremony. But one particular manager who, maybe should I say, has boycotted his club or his club has boycotted him is Nuno Espirito Santo, who has left Nottingham Forest. Let's look at some of his achievements. He survived the 2023-24 season after a 4-point deduction. This particular manager, and 3 Manager of the Month awards last season in the Premier League, and he achieved the club's highest finish in 30 years. He went to the FA Cup semi-final and he qualified for Europe last season. Nuno Espirito Santo, Nottingham Forest, former goalkeeper for Liverpool, former goalkeeper for FC Porto, and now manager for Nottingham Forest. But he is no longer the club. What a job he did.
To buttress your
manager for Wolves.
Yes, they've appointed Ange Postecoglou as their new manager.
Yes.
I do not understand why they would take that decision.
Ange Postecoglou finished 17th last season.
Yes.
Or 16th, that is. Or
17th. Yes. Manchester United finished 16th. Yes. It was Manchester United.
Okay. Yes. So Ange Postecoglou has been appointed. A manager that finished 16th has been appointed to replace the manager that finished Sept in the same league.
Yes, I saw this thing coming after his confrontation with Evangelos Marinakis, being the owner of Nottingham Forest. I knew that definitely you can't be a boss over the owner of an organization. Irrespective of these achievements you've spelled out, I knew that it was going to happen. We just wish him very well that in his endeavors, probably he can get, in quotes, a
better job.
Better one.
He's proven himself very, very worthy for the position that he was actually given for Nottingham Forest. Landlord, your take on that?
I think it's sad seeing one of the best coaches leaving England, and as Benito said, maybe the confrontation with the club owner couldn't go out, so like he has to make. And I saw the proposal call and said, "Baby, and Uncle," but all the same, the new coach that has been appointed there, I think coaching Tottenham and Omodokoda 17 was really sad, but others maybe it's a different team, a different style of players and those kind of. So let's see. As we've played like 4 matches in the English Premier League, so let's give him a chance and see what he's going to do with Nottingham Forest.
All right, let's give him a chance and see what he's going to do with Nottingham Forest. A recap of some of the messages that we've received on our social media feeds before I give the last word to Benito and Landlord. This one says that as a black. Kamaldeen Sulemana shouldn't play for the Black Stars again. His decision making in final third is very poor. Your boy from Sun City, a lot of messages coming in. This one is also from Mr. Granton. He says, folks, anytime the Black Stars meet a stranger team, they do well. When they meet a weak team, they rather play abysmally. As for the coach, the least said we talk about him, the better. He's full of playing blame games. In fact, the coach must go. There's many other messages, unfortunately, because of time. We will not be able to read them all for you, but let me throw it to you guys, your final words before we actually sign out.
Friday we're coming back.
Yeah.
We always appreciate what they've been doing for us. You know, when we went yesterday, something happened and I was really grateful. I was just, going home on the roadside and someone reached out to me. I saw you on TV, I keep calling. So it means that the response is very massive. We are always grateful. So you should keep on watching, and we hope.
Benito as well was actually showing something to you on his phone at the moment.
That one is confidential.
Benito.
So anyway, thank you guys. We're just hoping that so we just want to bring this our program outside to meet our people so that we'll have fun with them. So thank you guys for always watching us. We really do appreciate it a lot. Thank you.
Benito.
Yes, we're coming back on Friday, but then big shout out to Obrimpong and Honorable Christabel. they're doing the watching.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
okay.
Big shout out to them.
All right, so big shout outs to you two for staying with us through it all. This has been your ultimate and number one sports show in the nation. My name is Nanaya Asari. As always, it's a pleasure to come to your homes, to come on your phones, to come on your screens to bring you the best in the world of sports. So it's a wrap. Thanks to my big production team, Marcelo in the building, James, also Juro, who is not supposed to be here, who is not here at the moment, and Melissa, who is in the studio helping us. The Soutum Diallos as well, always ever present. And thanks to you two for watching. And this is how we call it a wrap. Arrivederci. We'll see you.